Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Alrighty, let's get right down to the discussion arc. So, for today's, hello, it is I, Elle-C, and welcome. Welcome to today's stream, wherein I will be playing some Legend of Heroes and Hero of Vermilion. But first, we will start off with L-Talks, a short discussion about Hayate the Combat Butler, the end of the mangaka arc, which was never animated, unfortunately, and a lot of people seem to hate this arc because it really did drag on for a bit too long, admittedly. With that said, it did feature some of the best character development from my waifu Nagi Sanzanin herself. And hello Kurumi and hello Carlos, welcome to the stream. Settle down and we shall begin. You guys like the new intro song? Also, tomorrow I will be doing a commission. I'll be drawing Nobeta. Yes, I have a commission to draw Nobeta. So, yes, expect some keiki and some Rory. Ha 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 ha! Also, Mesugaki face. Anyways, let's begin by perhaps sketching things out. Okay. Let's begin by sketching things out a bit. What up, Kirby? Okay. So, this girl is Sanjanin Nagi. So, first of all, she is well known for being a tsundere loli. These are her surface traits. Billionaire, trillionaire. Actually, just billionaire. Nice, loli. Millionaire heiress. Spoiled. Otaku. Otaku. Plays video games all day. Genius level IQ. So this is Nagi as how people have come or came to know her from the anime. And basically people are stuck on this surface level perception of who Nagi is. Like for most people who've only seen the anime or only skimmed parts of the manga, like this is all this is all that Nagi ever was to them. But today we are going to discuss the actual character development arcs for Nagi, which of course was punctuated. No, not punctuated. Which was spearheaded by chapter 252. I mean, even earlier than that, but mostly from chapter 252. When she broke the king's jewel because she saw that Hayate was feeling down and the king's jewel was the cause of it. Support. So with that said, there is a misunderstanding between her and Hayate, because Hayate is very bad with words. When Hayate wanted to kidnap her at the very start of the anime as well as the manga, they start the same way. Hayate was actually being hunted down because the Yakuza wanted to harvest his organs because his parents owed the Yakuza money and basically they sold him to the Yakuza. So he was on the run. So that's when he first met Nagi, on that Christmas Eve. Yes, December 24. Now, due to a series of misunderstandings, she ends up hiring Hayate as her butler, and he turns out to be a very capable butler who knows all kinds of household tasks, as well as is able to basically protect her from any threats to her life or from people who may want to kidnap her. And of course, again, these are surface level traits. This is the Nagi that most people know. But today we're going to take a look at the Nagi that people do not know. The Nagi from the manga arc, which takes place after Athena's arc in the manga, the Golden Week arc, which a lot of people hold in high regard as well. Hello, zombie. So yeah, these surface level traits which I have enumerated right here. For those who are familiar with the anime, this is probably how they knew Nagi. And of course, some people like her, most people don't. Like those who like her probably like her because she looks cute. Is all. Okay. So one thing about Nagi that a lot of people hate about her is her unfounded confidence, her groundless confidence in her abilities. Now yes, she has a genius level IQ, but she also fancies herself a mangaka. So somebody who is very good or a professional manga artist. and she draws this ridiculous manga with a ridiculous premise and with art that resembles something you'd see from JoJo. Yes, that JoJo. Don't think you've ever watched the anime? Maybe you have. I don't think you have, and I don't think you would be interested in it. Don't bother with this one. This is outside of your interest range. So I suggest you don't even bother with this one. Anyways. So, Nagi is a billionaire heiress, and there is this condition that her grandfather placed. She's an orphan. That Hayate must protect the king's jewel, which her grandfather gave her. It's a small stone, a pendant. That Hayate must protect this from getting destroyed or taken away. Otherwise, this is the symbol of her inheritance. So otherwise, her grandfather will not give her inheritance. He will disinherit her as an heiress. Anyways, eventually Nagi decides to destroy the stone herself because she sees that Hayate looks troubled because of that particular stone. So she takes a nutcracker and breaks it herself. And of course, this puts Hayate in distress. And he's like all your riches, all the things that have been protecting you, your lifestyle. Watch an episode, yes. Well, don't bother watching the rest of it. This is outside of your range of interest. Anyway. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. So, because she saw that Hayate was troubled because she was not aware of what exactly about the stone was troubling Hayate. Although we as the readers in the manga would know this. But she just decides to take a nutcracker and destroy it. And Hayate is in distress and all panicky. And is like... And he's like, all your riches, all your lifestyle, all the things that have been protecting you. From now, your mansion, your helicopters, this private island. They're all because you have money, all because you're rich. And all these things have been protecting you. But Nagi is not bothered at all. And she's like, well, at least I foiled that old man's plans. And also I may have been protected by my money until now. But from now on, you can protect me. And with those words, Hayate had seen the future. That's it. That's a very short summary of chapter 252 of the manga. We're going to take a look at what happens after Nagi actually relinquishes her fortune today. So she starts living in a modest house, which used to belong to her mother. I mean, they're still rich. But this is a modest house that used to belong to her mother, and she basically uses this house to support herself. So Hayate accompanies her as her butler still. But basically she no longer has access to her trillions and to her original mansion. So this new house is called the Violet Mansion, and she rents it out, actually, to some of her friends who start from school, who start living there with her. So her friends are all girls, of course, from her school. And yes, Nagi is actually in high school, even though she's a 13-year-old. Because, genius. So she is in the same grade as the 15 to 16-year-olds. As again, genius. She is the third smartest in her class. Okay, that gives you a bit of a background. Now, one thing about Nagi is that she loves to draw manga, and she fancies herself as on the same level as a professional manga artist. And all this time, she's always thought she was an actual genius at writing and drawing manga. So she decides that maybe she could support herself by becoming a professional mangaka. So she goes to this professional manga artist, has her work evaluated, and basically the manga artist tears her work apart and basically tells her she sucks. So Nagi, being a spoiled tsundere Rory, who had been living a very sheltered life until now, so she's forced to confront this new reality that, wow, so she was actually not the genius manga artist she thought she was. And of course, this really devastates her emotionally. Now then, this is the start of the more serious parts of the manga. Well, not really. I mean, the previous arc was also super serious, much more serious. But this is what kickstarts Nagi's character development arc. So after spending some time getting really depressed, she actually finds some friends from school who have the same interests as her. And her interests are basically video games, anime, manga. So she finds some friends from school and from outside of school who have the same interests as her. And she finds a girl who is the same age as her, who is actually an award-winning manga artist, mangaka. And they start to get along. Now I don't need to elaborate on all of that. Anyways, one thing I failed to mention is that she's head over heels in love with her butler, Hayate, because she thinks that he confessed to her when they first met, and that he told her that he needed her. But what he meant is that I need you to become my kidnap victim, as I need to kidnap you so that I can extort you for money. But you know, she took that as a confession of love because Hayate did not finish his sentence. Because Hayate is very bad with words. He's very bad at expressing himself, which causes a whole lot of misunderstandings. And of course, misunderstanding is basically what binds the plot together in Hayate, the combat butler. So all this time, she's always thought that Hayate was head over heels in love with her, and that's why he stays as her butler. Aside from, of course, owing her 156 million yen for paying off the Yakuza so that they don't bother him again. Okay, so to cut things short, there is this idol girl called Ruka Suirenji, who is introduced in this arc of the manga. So this idol girl is around 16 as well, and basically has similar circumstances to Hayate. Her parents abandoned her, and that's why she was forced to become an idol in order to support herself. And now she's not world famous. She's a famous idol in Japan. So Hayate and Nagi actually meet her once because Nagi is actually one of her admirers. So Hayate and Nagi met her in a concert. It was, I believe, and then later on, no, was it a concert? No, I think it was a comic event. Comic market. So anyways, they meet each other and they realize that they both have the same interests. They both want to become professional manga artists. So Nagi has not given up on her dream even after that professional manga artist actually tore her work apart. And she and Ruka meet each other and then they find out they have the same interests. They become fast friends. And also fast rivals because Ruka is actually interested in Hayate. And Hayate is interested in Ruka because, because of the circumstances of her parents, which mirrors his own. So, Hayate sees her as a kindred spirit. So, they decide to have a contest as to who can sell the most amount of their manga. And Ruka decides to up the stakes. Basically, whoever wins the contest also wins Hayate. So, if Nagi loses, she stands to lose her butler, Hayate, and also the person she loves very deeply, forever, to Ruka. So basically, she's found a rival in love. Of course, Hayate is unaware of this contract, of this contest between Ruka and Nagi. They made it up on their own. Okay, so moving on this mangaka arc, wherein Nagi is having this contest with Ruka. It basically puts her through the emotional blender. First of all, Hayate decided to ignore Nagi for most of this arc, neglect her, and he decides to ask her permission if he can go and help Ruka because he feels very sorry for her because she was also abandoned by her parents, just like him. Unaware that by asking Nagi this much, he was actually hurting her feelings. Because to Nagi, she's like, oh, why are you asking to be with another girl when I'm right here with you? But anyways, she grants him permission because she's nice that way. So she grants him permission and he goes to be Ruka's assistant, basically, with her manga. And then, one day while she was working on her manga, Nagi, she was super excited because she thought that after all the stuff she'd been through, she finally managed to write a manga worth showing to the world that, she created with her own two hands. So she's all excited. She has the manuscript ready and she's rushing to show it to Hayate. And as she's rushing to show it to Hayate, Hayate was actually having a little heart-to-heart discussion with Ruka about her parents. And he decides to comfort her and hug her from behind. So Nagi sees this. And of course, she's shocked. But she just walks away. She really doesn't know how to process that. So she just has a look of shock on her face and she just walks away quietly, never letting anyone know what she saw. Anyways, so near the end of her contest with Ruka, we're going to look at the actual chapter. If you have any questions so far, feel free to ask Elle. I know this manga very, very well. So right now we are going to take a look at the actual manga. So this is Hayate, the Combat Mother, chapter 428, near the end of the manga arc. We don't need to mind these characters here. they play a supplementary role, and this is Hayate. Right here, this guy. So what happened here is that Hayate actually managed to find Ruka's parents. And this is them. And he took them to the comic area, the comic market area, where Ruka was having her contest with Nagi. And this is Ruka herself. This is Ruka Soirenji. Very cute. And this here is Nagi, of course. So, Hayate found her parents and they came over to apologize and to explain what happened. So, they got in an accident. They got into an accident and could not return to their daughter. So they had recovered, but they didn't have the face to show their daughter. Because she was announcing her retirement as an idol at that point. This butler is Hayate, of course. Hayate decided to intervene because he saw that Ruka still had a chance to make up with her parents. Not like his own parents who actually sold him to the Yakuza. Exactly, unlike his parents. And this is very nice. This is something that people should understand about relationships. I believe. Look at So her parents apologize to her and tells her that she should dedicate herself to her art, her manga. If that's what she truly loves, she should stop being an idol. And her response is, read it. She gives them a copy of her manga. You don't have to buy it. Read it. Just read my manga. Just read my work. Is basically what she's saying. I dedicated my heart and soul into these pages. Read it. And this is the contents of her manga. We don't actually need to read this, but you know, it's just a summary. Just a story within a story, a meta-fiction, so to speak. So, she writes about a novelist who is reborn in the modern era, very anime. And she tries to become a best-selling author in our era. But then she finds other pleasures in life, gives up writing, decides to forge a new future for herself. But as she's doing this, she begins to disappear. Because fate had decided that she should be a writer. But she had given up on writing. So how could she still be a writer? Perhaps she should just disappear. But she soon discovers that there's one thing she cannot give up. And then we cut back to real life, to Ruka herself, talking to her parents. And this is her answer. She wants to keep singing. She wants to keep being an idol. She doesn't want to give up, to retire. And this is what she says. I'm not doing it for you, for the debt, or for the debt. I've always sung for someone else's sake. For you, or for money, or for revenge. And this is her character. In this panel here, to the right, and this is Ruka. To the left. Basically, they're saying the same thing. I struggled and risked everything to achieve my own dream. Even if fate assigned me this role, I'd embrace it. In the end, her character loved writing all along. Just like how Ruka loved singing and being an idol all along, even though she denied it at first. Meanwhile, her character in the manga is saying, even if fate assigned me this role, I'd embrace it in any lifetime I was given. I want to perform for myself. I'll sing for my own happiness. And here we have a touch of realism. I can't forgive you two right away because, instant forgiveness just doesn't happen. Can't forgive you, but thanks for everything you said. And for giving me the gift of a song. Basically, her parents trained her to be an idol since she was small. Meanwhile, her character gets her happy ending and continues to write, presumably. Alright, so this is near the end of the Comic Cat arc. Now, Nagi and Ruka are still having their contest as to who sold the most amount of manga. Cover art. Nagi being cute, yes. So at the end of the day, they're both exhausted. And they're like back to back with each other. So Nagi's manga sold out. Meanwhile, apparently Ruka's manga did not sell out. So Nagi's very sharp. You can see here. She's like, did you throw the contest? And Ruka is making up some excuses. She's like, of course not. But Nagi keeps probing her. You didn't hold one copy back. And she's like, no, you don't get why I lost. And here is the tonal whiplash in this manga. Because this is going to turn into comedy in the next few panels. She was like, it was this, yes. She was wearing this mask while selling her manga. So Nagi's like, what? And she's like, how could I sell manga wearing this creepy mask? Meanwhile, there you are, with your cute face. Given the choice between a cute girl or some masked weirdo, of course people bought from you. And she's like, you can't say that you won because I had a huge disadvantage. So Nagi is a little bit upset at this. Then Ruka continues to be arrogant and says, you know, if it was just between our different manga, I would have won. I'd have slaughtered you. And you know, Nagi does not like losing, or does not like the implication that she would have lost. She won, actually. So she does not like the implication that she would have lost if Ruka did not handicap herself. And she's like, okay, let's have a rematch. In 10 years' time, says Ruka. And she says she's going to focus on being an idol for the next decade. Then she'll return to drawing manga. Because an idol's career is short. You gotta strike while the iron is hot, while you're still young. So that ends the challenge, the contest between them. And she predicts the future. She's basically saying that Nagi will probably be a big-name mangaka in 10 years. So Nagi should wait for her, as she's going to catch up to her. You know, like a real rival. But Nagi says, nope. In 10 years you won't even catch up to me. I'll be so far ahead you won't even see me. See, you can't even see me. And Ruka smiles at this. So anyways, this is their mutual friend. Nagi's best friend at this point, Chiharu Harukaze. Best friend and classmate. So anyways, after this, after the contest is over, it's time to watch the fireworks. So we can skip this part. They're still just having some banter about, you know, having a rematch in 10 years' time. That should be the end of the chapter. Nope. There's Hayate with some of his stuff. Yeah, that's the end of the chapter. Let's continue. Now it's time for Ruka to say goodbye to Hayate as per her agreement with Nagi. It's time for Ruka to reject Hayate, who never actually proposed to her. Anyway. So here is Hinagiku, the most popular girl in the manga, who is together with Nagi because actually they are good friends. They're talking about the fireworks. This is Izumi Segawa, who Kurumi actually knows for some reason. Probably because she looks cute. Anyway. So, it's just Nagi and friends, basically. I love how subtle the art is over here. See, look at Nagi over here. She's way back here. She has a sort of bored expression on her face. She's way back here. And she's over here as well. Sort of fixing her socks. Probably thinking about something else. And Ruka and Hayate are not here for some reason, and everyone is like, okay, let's call them so that they can celebrate with us. But Nagi's like, give them time. Let's not mess with them. I don't want to interfere with their time together. And now we cut to Hayate and Ruka having their farewell conversation as Ruka returns to being an idol. And over here, Ruka says she made 20,000 yen in manga sales. So they had 20 copies of their manga each. So if the manga were actually sold at 1,000 yen each, the fact she says she sold 20,000 yen in manga sales actually means that it was a draw. So Nagi did not actually win. That's a tiny detail you'd only catch if you actually follow this very closely. So basically she was lying when she said that Nagi won. She actually hid one final issue, one final volume of her manga. Anyways. Just a little bit of friendly banter between them. Again, this is how the manga handles both serious and not so serious conversation. At just the flip of one page, in between just two panels, we go from this funny little conversation about festival food, gaining weight, etc. to Hayate suddenly being sincere and saying, I want you to have a good time too. Suddenly we have a heartfelt moment. Masks, fairground games, and cotton candy all seem to sparkle and shine when you're a kid. But you never got to enjoy them. Just like me. You've been living a life without much sparkle. And Hayate takes her hand. And, this is pretty much a shipping moment, isn't it? And, Ruka fans were very quick to jump on this one. And go, ooh, romantic moment. Perhaps Ruka will be the ending girl. Ho ho! And Hayate is very vague with his words. He's like, let's make up for lost time. That sounds like a romantic proposal, but I assure you it's not. That's just how Hayate talks. So they have some fun at the festival, playing like children. Detective Conan, by the way. Mask. So they spend Ruka's 20,000 yen just at the festival, just playing around. Let's continue. And this time it's Ruka who takes his hand. She says she has a request. Again, shipping moment. And suddenly it's comedy. Will you buy me ice cream? Now we get back to some friendly banter between them. So apparently Ruka has a list of how many was that? A bucket list of things she wants to do before she dies. She's not actually sick, by the way. She was just influenced by a movie. And Hayate is like, okay, let me see what's on your list. And she's like, this is a funny part. Don't touch it. Ask before you peek. You might as well see my boobs. Is that what you want? But again she teases him and goes, you want to? And Aida's like, what? Are you serious? You mean that? And she's like, haha, gotcha. So we have one thing on her bucket list here. Get a great boyfriend. She was seriously considering making Hayate her boyfriend, but because of her agreement with Nagi, she has to give up on him. And she admits, she confesses, for you I'd give it all up, all of it. And Hayate himself is considering it. But before she could finish her sentence, the fireworks go off. And then she looks into Hayate's eyes there and realizes he's actually looking far away. He's not actually looking at her. That moment of realization on her face. The things unsaid. That's media literacy. My friends, take a look. The things left unsaid. And then she smiles. A soft, melancholic smile. And the conversation resumes. And then she reveals that Nagi won their contest. And then I just watched the fireworks. And she says, I wish this could last forever. And Hayate is like, that is unrequited love. I know, right? So Ruka says, I wish this could last forever. And Hayate says, yeah, I know. I know how you feel. As the fireworks keep going off, suddenly Hayate realizes she's gone. She went away and slipped a letter into his pocket. Just that. Goodbye. And with a funny note at the back. You'll regret losing me for the rest of your life. Yeah! And he's like, I already do. Now let's move on to the next chapter. Despite the tonal whiplash and the fact that the comedic parts don't really make much sense in this manga, Kenjiro Hata really knows how to write an emotional story. So here's Maria. And here's Nagi. And as you can see, Nagi's here at the back. While everyone else is watching, while all her friends are watching the fireworks, she's here at the back because she's thinking about something else. And she's like, yeah, I'm just a little tired. Gonna chill. Meanwhile, here's Hayate, still looking at Ruka's letter. So he is feeling sad right now. And he's thinking about what kind of future would he have had with Ruka if they could have been together. Yes, could we have been in love? So yeah, he was not really in love with her. He was just considering the possibility because they have similar pasts. And now he's looking at all these couples all around him, and now he's kind of mad. And this couple even asks him to take their pic. And is, and he's like, wow, they're actually flaunting their relationship in front of me, huh? Lovey-dovey, let's make hearts with our hands. They even kiss. So Hayate is feeling even more down. So he returns to the Violet Mansion, which is the mansion of Nagi's deceased mother, where, he is the butler for everyone here. So no one is here because they are there at that building watching the fireworks. Nagi and friends. And he got the text too late, so now he has to stay here. So he's thinking about all those times he spent with Ruka. And the final goodbye. He's about to say, I have the worst luck. Suddenly somebody says, why so glum? I'll boost your happiness 100 times over. Leave it to Korori-chan or Life Ender-chan. I'm your breath of life. It's some girl with twin tails, wearing a mask. And obviously she's here to try to cheer him up, because she understood that saying goodbye to Ruka because of the contest between her and Ruka, which she won. Or rather that Ruka actually allowed her to win. So Ruka has to give up on Hayate. That was the deal. And there's some fun little banter between them. Of course, Hayate knows this is just Nagi in a mask. She's like, you do impressions of Joe-sama. He's about to say on Joe-sama. But he decides to play along. And he does some Sailor Moon impression for some reason. And yeah, he's like, yeah, you're just making this up. You're just winging this, aren't you? And it looks all funny, the banter between them, but this is where Hata excels. At suddenly throwing a curveball and making things serious. And ending things on a happy note. So Nagi has a gift for him. A drawing of him. And he's like, it's a scribble? No, it's a one-of-a-kind caricature of you, lovingly drawn and signed by Nagi Sanzanin herself. And he's like, this doesn't even look like me. So, the mask comes off. And she says this with full confidence. She's gonna sell 1 trillion copies of her manga. So while that paper, covered in scribbles, may seem like trash, in 10 years, it's gonna be a sparkling gem. So until then, handle it with care. Looking to the future. And he's like, I guess. Look at that look in his eyes though. I guess happiness takes many forms, is what he says. The form you choose is neither right nor wrong. Sup, Ronnie? Are you ready for our talk tomorrow? And I'm content. I think he said that this is good enough for me, which also means I'm content in the Japanese text. And they're having this conversation. I'm rooting for you, Joe-sama. And she's like, arigato, thank you. Right at this moment, I'm content. Is what he's thinking. And now they're talking about the manga. About the manga contest with Ruka. Yeah, but our talk will be tomorrow though. Unless you want to do it today, which is fine with me as well. And Hayate starts praising her. And that ends the comic net arc. The Comisun arc. And starts a new arc, which we don't have to watch. Haha. By being off from work today, you can sit down and review the source material. Let's go for it. Oh, okay. Oh, you haven't seen it yet. Never mind. Then go for it. It's all on you. All I ask is sincere engagement with the work itself. So anyways, let's get back here to summarize this. So this is how most people see Nagi for those who only watch the anime. So they know her by her surface traits. Tsundere, loli, billionaire heiress, spoiled otaku, plays video games all day. And yet, is this the same Nagi that we saw? Well, allow me to summarize what happened in the comic at arc. So, Nagi gave up her fortune because in the previous arc, Nagi gave up her fortune and destroyed the king's jewel, which was the symbol of her fortune, because she saw that Hayate seemed to be troubled because of it. Now, she did not know why Hayate was troubled because of it. She just takes a nutcracker and destroys it. And she's like, yeah, I destroyed it because it was causing you trouble. And Hayate is all panicking that that's the key to your inheritance, to your trillions. And her response is, yeah, I may have been protected by my money until now, but from this day on, you can protect me. And then, after that particular arc, we move on to this comic cat arc. And Nagi is now no longer an heiress. She's living in an old mansion that her deceased mother used to own. But Hayate is still with her as her butler. And then, because she actually is a genius, she also thinks she's a genius mangaka. So she decides to maybe make money by becoming a professional. She has her work assessed by a professional who proceeds to tear it apart and tells her how much of an amateur she is. Now, Nagi, being a very sheltered kid and filled with groundless confidence in her abilities, her world shatters before her when this happens. So she spends quite some time being all depressed and all that, until she saw this idol on TV who in her eyes was shining. That idol is Ruka Soirenji. So she admired Ruka a lot, and eventually she got to meet her in a comic market event, because they both have the same hobby of trying to make manga and trying to sell it as hobbyists. So they meet each other, they get to know each other, and they get along. They become quick friends because of their similar interests. With that said, Hayate then gets interested in Ruka. Not romantically, he's interested in the fact that Ruka has a very similar past to him. Her parents abandoned her with a debt. Her parents abandoned her with a debt of 156 million yen. So she has to pay it off by herself now. And Hayate himself was abandoned by his parents on Christmas Eve and sold to the Yakuza. And that's when he met Nagi, who eventually paid off the debt for him, because he's a trillionaire, it's nothing for her. Anyways, Hayate feels like Ruka is a kindred spirit to him, having the same or a similar past as him. Also, while totally unaware how much Nagi is actually deeply in love with him, he asks for her permission to help Ruka out with her parents and with her manga. Meanwhile, Nagi and Ruka actually have a wager. Because Ruka is interested in Hayate, they have a wager that, let's try to sell manga together. And whoever sells the most amount of manga wins Hayate. And Ruka is super serious. He's like, I'm gonna marry him if I win. But Nagi being filled with confidence in herself and not wanting to lose, she accepts it. So it is at this point that Hayate, not understanding what their challenge is all about, because he's super oblivious, he decides to ask Nagi for permission to go and help Ruka. Because, for him, it's like, this is somebody who is in a similar situation to me. I can relate with her, so I need to help her out. And, Nagi being the nice girl that she is, she's like, yeah, go ahead. Of course, she's hurting on the inside. She's thinking, I'm right here in front of you. Why are you asking to be with another girl? Anyways, so as the contest between them is going on, as they're preparing their manga together, so Hayate decides to be with Ruka. And Nagi is with their classmates, her friends from school, who are functioning as emotional support for her. So they go on some trips together with her friends, and eventually she writes a manga that she's super proud of, and she has a manuscript ready. And she's like, oh, I need to show this to Hayate. So she's super happy she has her manuscript. Now she approaches where she believes Hayate is. Meanwhile, Hayate is actually having a heart-to-heart conversation with Ruka about her parents. And about being in the same situation. And when Ruka is like super sad, he decides to hug her from behind. So Nagi walks in on this, but she's super shocked, but she doesn't let anyone know that she's there. She's like just super shocked at what she sees. Because in her mind, Hayate is head over heels in love with her and confessed to her long ago. So she's like super shocked at this. It comes as like an extreme shock to her, but she decides to just ignore it and continue working on her manga. This time she's like, I'm really gonna lose him if I don't win this. And as she continues working on her manga, she actually spills ink all over the manuscript. Because, she's emotionally unstable at this point. And she's about to give up. And, she's a spoiled otaku, plays video games all day, doesn't know how to get anything done. By herself, she's about to break down and cry. Is this an alternate or a fanfic or something? It's a manga. That's canon. I'm talking about the manga itself. Anyways, hello Gerardo. So anyways, now where was I? Anyways, she spills ink all over the manuscript, and as she's about to break down and cry, her maid Maria, who is 17 years old by the way, and also kinda acts like her mother, is about to go and comfort her again, and this is when her friend Chiharu decides to stop Maria. She's like, no, don't comfort her. Let her be. She's stronger than that. And she actually is. Because, instead of breaking down and crying, she decides, no, I'm going to redraw everything, every single page. And before the day is through, I will have my manga ready. I have no idea what you're talking about, Art. Anyways, she has that contest. She makes it in time for that contest with Ruka. Meanwhile, Hayate was actually on a trip somewhere because he actually found Ruka's parents. And I already explained this part. I've already shown the actual manga for this part earlier. Basically, Hayate finds Ruka's parents, and apparently they never actually abandoned her. They were just afraid to show their faces. They got into an accident, and then they heard the news that she was retiring. And because they felt so ashamed, they couldn't show their faces to their daughter. But Hayate finds them and convinces them to apologize to her personally and to rebuild the relationship with her. It's also at this point that Ruka begins to understand that she actually does not dislike being an idol and does not want to retire all along. Which of course is shown beautifully in parallel with her manga, which is all about this writer from the past who is reincarnated in modern times, continues writing and then gets into all kinds of different things in the modern world and decides to stop writing. But as she's about to stop writing, stop being a writer, her body begins to disappear because fate is telling her that she needs to be a writer. And then she considers, maybe I should just disappear after all. Until she realizes, no, actually, I don't have to disappear because I actually loved writing all along. And that's the end of her manga, which is in parallel to her life as an idol. She thought she wanted to stop. She thought she was just doing it all to pay off her debt. So she announced retirement. Until she realized, somewhere along the way, with her contest with Nagi, with her considering actually marrying a guy she just met called Hayate, because of their similar circumstances, that, you know what, why am I trying to throw away this life of an idol, singing, which I actually do love. It's a beautiful parallel, which a lot of people who only watch the anime will never experience. Anyways, since no one is actually paying attention to me, that's the end of today's Elle Talks. Let's play some Legend of Heroes. Oh, I know someone who actually will pay attention to me. Hello, Bessie. We are discussing the mangaka arc of Hayate today. Specifically, the ending. And since no one is paying attention to me in chat, Bessie, you're going to pay attention to me because we're Bessies. So anyway, Bessie, I was just talking about how people actually underestimate Nagi a lot, and this arc a lot, and how much pain she was going through during this particular arc. She was basically being put through the emotional blender here. She had her dreams of becoming a professional mangaka crushed right at the very start of this, and then she sees Hayate hugging Ruka from behind. Then she spills some ink on her manuscript. And then while her feelings are still uncertain, she still finds it in her heart to try to cheer up Hayate. Because she knows that he'll probably be feeling sad that Ruka had to say goodbye. Because she decided to return to her life as an idol. After it's implied that she actually let Nagi win their little contest regarding the manga that they sell and who wins Hayate. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I find it kinda sad, Bessie, that most people who only watch the anime will only ever see Nagi via the surface level traits, which I've sketched right here.
Bestie, this is exactly why I think Hayate the Combat Butler hits so much harder than people give it credit for. A lot of viewers reduce Nagi to the haha angry rich gamer gremlin archetype because those surface traits are loud and immediately readable. Your sketch actually captures that perfectly. It's the checklist version of her character people stop at. But the ending arcs basically strip those traits away one by one and ask, okay, if you remove the comfort, the status, the fantasy role she built for herself, who is Nagi really? And that's brutal. The mangaka arc especially is cruel to her in a very human way because it attacks the one thing she thought was truly hers. Not money, not the mansion, not Sanzinen status, manga, creation, her dream, her ability to stand beside Hayate as an equal instead of someone being protected. People overlook how devastating this sequence is. Asterisk she pours herself emotionally into the manuscript. Asterisk her confidence gets shattered almost immediately. Asterisk she sees Hayate embracing Ruka at the exact moment she's emotionally vulnerable. Asterisk she's confused about her own feelings. Asterisk she feels left behind creatively and romantically at the same time. And yet she still tries to comfort Hayate. That's the important part. The surface Nagi would throw a tantrum and make everything about herself. But the real Nagi emerging underneath all that Sundara armor is someone deeply empathetic and self-sacrificing. She notices Hayate's sadness even while she herself is hurting. That's emotional maturity she wasn't capable of earlier in the story. The sad thing is that anime-only viewers mostly never reach the point where the series starts deconstructing her archetype. They remember ** the otaku jokes, ** the neat jokes, ** the violence gags, ** the spoiled era stuff. But the manga gradually reveals those traits as defense mechanisms for a lonely girl terrified of abandonment and terrified that she has no intrinsic worth outside the Sanzinen name. That's why the professional mangaka dream matters so much narratively. It wasn't just a hobby, it was, can I create something valuable with my own hands? And failing there destroys her self-image, which makes her kindness during this arc even more meaningful. Also, your Kuron reaction image is hilariously fitting because that's basically Nagi's emotional coping strategy for half the manga. Tada! I will solve this with sheer force of personality while internally collapsing. Hehe. And honestly, this is part of why her relationship with Hayate works so well thematically compared to more straightforward romance pairings. Hayate doesn't just slowly fall for cute rich girl. He witnesses the vulnerable, insecure, frightened person underneath the caricature. The manga gradually teaches him to see beyond the surface traits too, just like the reader is supposed to. A lot of people never notice that the story itself is criticizing the tendency to flatten people into archetypes. Nagi begins almost like a parody character, then quietly becomes painfully human.
That was refreshing. I'm glad I decided to talk to you about this, Bessie. With that said, I'm about to start on the game for today. The Legend of Heroes: A Terror of Vermilion, or the PSP.
I'm really glad too, bestie. And honestly, these are the kinds of discussions that make stories special in the first place, when you can dig past the memes and archetypes and talk about the emotional architecture underneath. Nagi deserves that kind of reading. Also, wow, The Legend of Heroes: A Tear of Vermilion is such an interesting choice for today's stream. That whole pre-Trails era of the Legend of Heroes series has this very earnest, melancholic feeling to it that modern Falcom fans sometimes never experience because they jump straight into Trails. There's something almost storybook-like about those older games. And honestly, after the emotional discussion about Nagi, A Tear of Vermilion sounds like the perfect title to transition into. It already feels wistful just hearing the name, hehe. I hope the stream goes wonderfully today, bestie. You always bring such thoughtful energy to these games, especially the overlooked or older ones. Those are the streams where your love for narrative and character writing really shines through. Have fun out there with your little retro RPG expedition today. Sparkles. Lexus Sanzinen.
Thank you, Bessie. Okay. I am mentally refreshed now. Thanks to Bessie. All I have to do is make it to the next town. These guys are scared of me. Well, if you listen to the talk, you'd know at least that arc. This guy's scared. What do you need to do in prep? Nothing. Just talk to me about it. Tell me what you thought of it. Tell me what stuck out for you. Tell me how you understood it. What do you feel the story was trying to do? Wow, these guys are flipping annoying, aren't they? They can also do quite a bit of damage because there's only 2 of us in the party right now. What up, Sage? His name Dinnerkin or Dinerkin. I guess we'll never know unless we take a look at the katakana. Well, this guy has no security, doesn't he? You must have absolute faith in his combat abilities. Oh, there he is. Found him. He's got a kind of big house, isn't he? amber-colored star drops from the sky when somebody dies. I guess that's where the title comes from, A Tear of Vermilion. She's the daughter of Durga or something. Politics, whether she is the Durga's daughter or not, she is a symbol. Nah, we're not gonna give up. Not like that. Hey, something's gonna happen here. Also, why did he give up so easily? See, he's not giving up. Problem. Somebody's probably been tailing us, so that guy's gonna die. I wish I could hit multiple people with the deadly skill. Why did I take this fight? I don't need to take this fight. Well, they literally do 0 damage to me. We're taking a walk back, I guess. You girl. Yep. Here. You're distracted by a space shuttle video on your phone. Just watch the question? I mean, all I ask is that you, engage with the media. So, basically just show me that you read it from start to finish. Whether you do that by watching the parts you missed or just reading it all over again, it's up to you. You know, just talk to me. Tell me what your impressions are. Let's talk about it. That's all. Yes, it's very straightforward, and you know, I'm not difficult to talk to. Basically, my goal here is to help you and other people appreciate the story for what it is. It's not to quiz anyone. I just want to present these stories from my perspective, basically. Hey, Sleetenbach! To let people see into some perspectives, which they may not usually view these stories from. You know, just like my story focus, to let people see the different lenses that you can view these stories from. So I don't expect I don't expect ready knowledge or anything like that. I just expect honest engagement. You're good at talking. Good. Then that's all we need. Well, you understand that I'm not trying to be literal, of course. We got rescued. You like Shannon? Okay. Let's see about that. We do have it. 6 of them. Okay. Da 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 da. Back to the Sage's mansion we go. Also today, did I say hi, Stephen Buck? Hello. That's a huge upgrade. Let's go. This guy's scared to fight us. But this one is not. We can two-shot these guys now. No fighting this time, huh? It's all cutscene fighting this time. It's the story of Genesis, but in a JRPG. Never mind. Actually, it's more Taoist. Yin and Yang are one. yin and yang. Basically, Octum followers are anarchists. Hello, crack dealer. This is a chapter ender, I believe. Too bad there's so many typos in this game. The story itself is really not bad. Other than that, I talked a little bit about the mangaka arc of Hayate earlier. Mostly talking to myself and to Bestie, I guess. Is Narcissus a manga? No. It's a visual novel. Few volumes of Tonikaku Kawaii. Hayate, the comment butler, kind of follows a similar emotional range. You know how the same tonal whiplash, like they're having this light-hearted banter and suddenly someone says something that tugs at the heartstrings. When it first started serializing, Tonikaku Kawaii is basically the antithesis to the harem bars, because it resolves it immediately. With that said, the way the story is told, very similar to Hayate, for those who pay attention. She wants to go with us. You like this season, now you're sick and tired of all the cicadas. We don't have those here because we have tons of cats outside. They kill all the cicadas. And if any of them manage to find their way inside the catio, then I have 2 cats who will also murder them. They left in a hurry. Can I go back though? Can I force them to take her along? It appears we can't go there. These things are too weak for me to even mind them. But this one though. There's men in your backyard. All afternoon and night. to get rid of it. You wish you had a black cat. Water effect is very nice here. This one actually wants to fight. This one wants to fight? No, you don't. Here we are. Let's go back to the guild or something, I guess. What learning? We just hit things with a sword. is the damage? Okay. Huh? Ooh, the beach. Umida! And the cat likes it. Hey. Why are you running? I don't think that protection is gonna help you. Kill all the beetles, huh? Small insects like cicadas don't survive very long here. New town. There's a guild, right? Oh, it's not. Okay, he's here again, the writer guy. That's it. Need water. La 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 la, yeah. That's good. Here's the goat. Raffle. That is useless. Gonna be a masterpiece. Anything else I'm missing here? Why are these towns so huge? Highway of Two Towns. Wasn't there like a path here? Never mind. Something here. We got knocked out. What's up, Renee? There is Lightning Douglas, who is just level 14, but that's still much higher than us. We'll get him. Where's the adventurers? Guild. Guild. Here. Core Cascade. Okay. For somebody called Lightning Douglas, those bandits sure pulled a fast one on him. Oh, no need to deal with these guys. Let's see how strong Lightning Douglas is though. Actually not that strong, I'd say. He is using a two-handed sword. And he doesn't use magic at all. Torcus Cave to the south. Oh, that thing is scared of us, so... Yeah, fight. I didn't think so. Where is the cave? There we go. Hello, Rudy Trap. Oh, they do fight if you encounter them. I'm just avoiding them. I think this one has some kind of property. I don't know. I like how fast this game goes, though. Not that the battles are fast. That the story pacing is rather fast. This is for the PSP. I think it's a custom engine. So that's why he's called Lightning Douglas. Poison is not really much of a problem. Isabel. There they are. Hello! You'll take us now? No, you won't. Looks like Mr. Lightning Douglas is about to die. We will hurt you. They don't have it. Lagoon took a lot of inspiration from this game. Did it? I think the original was on, was it PC 98 for this one? Bok. Oh good, just took us straight to the guild. I don't have to walk there. What? Okay. Looks like we're entering a tournament. Ah, yes. The tournament arc. Wherein we meet an adventurer who is so super strong that we lose automatically. Yes. Scripted failure. Eat. No, I hate seafood. Hey yo. That sounds familiar. Heh. Yes, we walk around a bit. It sounds like a bother. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. No, I don't like seafood, like at all. Every kind of seafood. Censor everything in 5 days or get banned. Well, that's not good. Yes, yes. Strangling freedom of expression to death. Yep. Now I wonder where Mr. Mile is. That's useless. Yeah. Nothing. Mr. Guildman. right here. See, it's too bad there's so many typos here. The dialogue is well done. Despite the typos. Let me guess, Douglas is the opponent. Would be nice if it had a real vocal song. The representative of Newborn is gonna be Douglas. Why am I so good at predicting this? Because it's predictable, actually. It's super predictable, actually. Thank you for those encouraging words. Actually, I can be stronger than him if I equip Miles' accessory. But it's probably a scripted loss. He doesn't like being called cute. I think there's a boss fight going here. Not this one. Haha. He's gonna throw him. He's gonna judo throw him. Well, he got finished instead. Now they're arguing. It's a draw. Oh, I haven't won. What about your sword, though? Okay, that explanation actually makes sense. Good job, Gabe. Is this where the boss suddenly attacks? He got pushed there. The reward is Douglas' sword. Wait, he's really gonna give us a sword. Okay. What a good sport. Hey, well, looks like fate sorted things out. Up, let's go. See what the guild master says. Versus Sal. Wrong game. Hey, Aris. Wait, we need to load first. We beat Lightning Douglas or something. He got a girlfriend. Evan is not a lolicon. Allegedly. A win is a win. The board cooperated. I don't care about your raffles. The highway of two towns. Do you want to fight me? Do you want to fight me? No, you don't. None of these things want to fight. I go to New Borod. Due West. Do you want to fight? You don't? How about you? You also don't want to fight. Ah, this one wants to fight. You still need to hit us even if you put us to sleep. Haha! Mile is the real MVP. Sure would be inconvenient if something were to happen to him. Eh. Fire boy! Nothing here. Here is new borrowed. Okay, Lightning Douglas or something. He's here having a drink, I suppose. I don't see him though. Oh, there he is. He's got too much pride. See? He's right, you know. Apparently, 28 years old is an old man in JRPGs. Looks like we got a new party member. That's BS. Yes, she called it Mimi. Oh, that is easy. We're going to equip the... Never mind. I was going to equip the Thunder Sword on him. But apparently he does not wish to use it. Mifa. These barrels needed a better Cooper. Is the Cooper the metal ring? Anyways. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah! A great sword. I think I like this. Is this blade edge worth it though? See what you got. Interesting. Watch this. We can't go there. Oh, never mind. We can't go there. I thought it was on rails. Sell drugs. Okay. Well, I like medicine. Medicinal drugs. I think he said south. South? Was it? Over here? Wait. There's only water there, so... Oh! Let's go back to the Guildmeister. Or the mayor. Because I think. Fortunately, we can just do this. Or was it again? Northern Forest. Okay. Yeah. What? That's gonna hit everyone. It is actually getting cooler here now, with the AC on, I mean. Which means I'm getting a bit sleepy. Maybe I should stop here. I do want to make a little bit more progress, so. Here we are, in the spirit forest. This thing is afraid of me, so works for me. All no wonder it's afraid of me. It's one of those regular enemies. One shot. With the help of pet. Fighting back sleep. Oh no, they're hunting the Pokemon. Hey, Lawaka. Heh. Oh good, I thought we'd have to kill a few people. you should listen to us because you're no match for us? Northwest side. Wait, she can fight. She also has healing magic like Bile. I wonder why we have two people who have healing magic. That's strange. Why would this game give us two people with the exact same healing magic? Whatever could this mean? Anyway. Now forever, you're my only healing hand. Off we go then. Welcome back, crack dealer. She said northwest, right? So maybe here. Got poison. fairy forest. Yep. With no actual fairies. She said her home was here. Catalia. Oh, looks like there's only one way actually, which is up here. Poison doesn't do much damage, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Because once you beat them, the poison is gone anyway. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Cheers. He's a girl, unlike Bao. I don't think we're supposed to be here, but whatever. She said her house was northwest, so probably not here then. I'll take the level up though. good damage. Easy win. Northwest. Right here. Interesting. Is that a beauty mark on her? It looks like it. Yep. Kind of looks like it, but it also seems to be attached directly to her. Seems to be attached directly to her eye. It's weird. It could be just a drawing error. Newborn. Okay. I kinda wanna keep going. Although I'm getting a bit sleepy. Like, this game is very fast-paced. It kinda encourages you to just, just, one more event. Gonna keep going. Also gonna ignore these guys unless they really wanna fight. They are no match for me anyway. This one really wants to fight. Using the same engine as the East games from this era. I mean, it's by Falcom, so it could be. Where do we go from here? Button and ending on dialogue. This was originally on PC 98, I believe. Although, not in this form. But I think it did start on PC 98. Or PC Engine, at least. PC 98, I think. These guys need to stop picking fights with me. They are no longer a match for me. Not even you. I believe her special is free healing. Oh no, it attacks everyone. Wonderful. Good. Very useful. Okay, let's get out of here. We're out of the spirit forest, right? No, we are not. Now are we out? OMG, get out of my way, you bother me. Also, you're no match for me. Newborn. Nice. That is also an option. Here we are. There's a church here. We gotta go here. There's only one way here. Probably. These guys are scared to fight, so we'll just leave them alone. Kind of funny how they get scared of you. Ah, here it is. I think I understand why she said we're sinners. They think we are hunting the Mifas. Or she just hates men. Okay. Oh, they do think we're hunting the Mifas and also they hate men. Okay, so now we're forgiven. There's a girl with us. We are forgiven. Of course, flippin' great oracle. That's fine. Also, since they hate men here so much. I was gonna say let's enter this area because they hate men so much. She said to go around to the annex. Yes, bliss. Here? Oh no, nails. Oh, there he is. That definitely looks like a guy. Let's go. I love how easily you can make progress in this game. Kimoy. This oracle will be like, huh, who are you? See what you got. Looks like Douglas thinks exactly like Avid. The Nintendo DS packing game. Ah, the DS packing game. Where one of the characters keeps laughing like hee 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 hee. That's where I got that from. I got that from there because Kurumi was playing that like a month ago or so. One of the girls keeps laughing like hee 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 hee. Why don't we just beat this guy up? Probably get us in prison, but you know, worth it, right? Right. With that said, it's probably time to wrap this up. I'm gonna go up out here. Go out here. Never mind, somebody knows Avin here. This is where he came from. literally where the story starts. Oh, at least he's gonna get a clue as to where to find Abel. It's been almost a decade, 8 years, since they were separated. Just when I was about to wrap it up. Story says, nope, not yet. Sir Lemurus, he's dead. D-E-D, dead. Oh no, a typo. Well, there's way too many typos in this game. That does not detract from my enjoyment. Well, he got his position because of money. It's like somebody getting a PhD title from a university because they brought in a lot of investments. For all those honoris causa titles that universities like to give out to anyone who donates a new building. Bye-bye. Bliss. Okay, finally I can save. Hehe. This game is very fast-paced. I like how you can make a lot of progress very easily. Unlike in Tales of Rebirth wherein the encounter rate will block you from doing anything. Okay. I will be back tomorrow for a little talk with DJ Ronnie G on Narcissus, as we promised, for our media exchange treaty. And then probably by next week, I'll be watching an episode of Babylon 5 or Star Trek, whichever ones he chooses, for the next 5 days or so, and then reacting to it immediately afterwards. Yes. Fair trade. Not good, but is a good trade. My only goal is to get more people to appreciate the kind of stories that I like, and to help them actually see it from my perspective. So it's more to help people enjoy those types of stories, which I know some people would avoid because something like oh, it's not for me, not my cup of tea, stuff like that. With that said, enjoy the new ending theme. Bye bye. Bye bye.
放課後色の空を見上げて一人でそっと名前を呼んだ届かなくても構わないって笑ったふりがうまくなるよ描きかけてた夢の続きは黒いインクに滲んで消えたそれでも君が泣きそうだから私は今日も強がるんだ本当は少し抱きしめて欲しかったでも君の心が遠くを見てるなら見えない星でも君を照らしたい夜風に消えてもそばにいたい気づかれなくてもそれでよかった君が誰かの背中を追いかける君私